are we all doing tonight? Hi. It is Saturday, and it is time for a Saturday night one-off where well, quite frankly, I get to clear off a little bit of my Game Boy Advance backlog. 1 week at a time. Ooh, boy. And today, I'm going to be playing Lufia. The Ruins... What was it? The Ruins of Lore for the Game Boy Advance. I did look into this a little bit, and it does seem... I think I wasn't sure at the time whether this was like a proper new game or if it was a like a remake of the Super Nintendo. A lot of times you don't always know. But, indeed, that's entirely what it is. It is a new game. Hello, Mike Wolf. I love how you wrote a comment, deleted it, and then replaced it with the exact same comment. That's really cool. Well, it did give you the #1 headband, at least temporarily, so you can be proud of that. Anyway, let's play. And it's right above Lunar Legends. I might have to play a little bit of that, I guess, on... I might have to play a little bit of that at some stage. Atlas, USA, and Taito. Oh, it said something different? Oh, okay. So, there were at least 2 other Lufia games, I think, for the Super Nintendo. I believe they were both Super Nintendo games. And then there was this one for Game Boy Advance. I think, right? Alexa, there were only 3 Lufia games released, right? Like 2 on the Super Nintendo?
Nope, Logan. There are way more than 3 Lucky Star games.
No, Alexa.
The One Piece series spans dozens
Oh my
of
god,
titles
shut
across
up.
every
Alexa.
console.
No, Lufia. Lufia. There were like 2 on Super Nintendo and 1 on Game Boy Advance, right?
Nope, Tyler. There weren't 2 Luffy titles on the Super Nintendo at all. The SNES never got an official One Piece game.
Alexa.
And
No.
Alright, I'll let you get back to your Saturday night. Have fun.
That's not what it is. This is the future. Yes, there were 2. Yes, so it was just 2 on SNES. That's what I thought. Logan's Absolutions. That's really good. This is Karumi approved? I'm happy. I'm happy that it is. Hello, Karumi. The true arbiter of what is Karumi approved. And DJ Ronnie G. I played a little bit of the first one. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Constellations. Wrong. Fuck Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm sorry. I don't know if you're a fan of his, but fuck Neil deGrasse Tyson and his fucking pretentious ass fucking... Anyway. Oh, there's one on Game Boy Color as well. Okay. Yeah, I played a little bit of the Super Nintendo one. On like a Romporee, I think. Because I think, honestly, it might have been you. The Legend Returns is the one on Game Boy Color, I see. The power of the gods. Where will it lead those who see it? The path of prosperity, or the road to destruction. Truly, if there is evil in this world, it lies in the hearts of man. I played a little bit of the Super Nintendo one. Honestly, you might have been the one who requested that, like, a while ago. There's also a remake on the DS. I've heard that the Super Nintendo one is, like, a little bit glitchy. I don't think I experienced that when I played it. Yeah, Karumi played through one of these. If it was Lufia 2, that makes sense. You beat Agent 64? I've heard of that game. But yeah, it does sort of seem... Well, it's an RPG, but it sort of seems a bit like Golden Sun or Zelda influenced. Well, it would be Zelda influenced since, like, the first game came out on the Super Nintendo, but also feels a bit like... Yes, you did the first one, you have to do... Or, you did the second one, you have to do the first one. It was a good... Oh! Yeah, Agent 64 is a GoldenEye clone, so that's entirely why it's called that, I suppose. Okay. GoldenEye's good. Two has tough puzzles. I bet they all probably do. Premise revolved around stopping a clothing machine. That's really awesome. Lufia 2 is actually the prequel to the first. It's chronologically confusing. What a shitload of fuck. So it rips off Zelda both in its gameplay and in the fact that the timeline makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Good to know. I didn't know at the time whether this was just like a remake of the Super Nintendo one or if it was its own game. Yeah, I've since learned that it is its own game. And it was published by Atlas USA. This apparently takes place 20 years after the first one. So this one, I guess, is a proper sequel. I don't know where the Game Boy Color game fits into all of this. Probably takes place, like, during the first game or something crazy like that. Since Rend left. Oh, I didn't know this. Okay, yeah. He got in some kind of trouble. Oh, no! Your daddy's coming back. Yeah, no, he did. Several years later! This is some GBA ass music. It could be worse. It could be Lunar Legends. Yeah, I will have to play Lunar Legends at some point. I know it's basically just the first Lunar game, but they changed enough of it to where I feel like I might need to play it just to see, like... Because, like, the music is really bad. I have to see, like, if anything else about it is bad. Definitely the inventory system, I noticed right off the bat, is way better than at least the PS1 game. Your hunter's license today. Goddamn liberals making me get a hunter's license. You're just like your father. Once your wind's set, there's no stopping you. Man, am I right. Clothes acquire. Aw, fuck yeah. We have a sense of shame in this game. Let's fucking go. Something. I just thought of something. Okay. Well, there is a filter on here. I'm gonna keep the filter on. And also... Oh, color correction is off. Actually, I think I'm gonna keep it off. I like it this way. This looks pretty good. The Lufia soundtrack really likes the bongos. Some say it likes the bongos a little bit too much. Some say it likes the bongos in an unhealthy way. I, for one, am not here to judge its 2026. The mayor will flip his lid if he sees me. What do you have to hide? Don't tell him about the flowers, okay? What a little miscreant you always were. That's a good word, miscreant. tramples them again. How many times have I told you not to go near them? All right. Fuck. Okay, maybe don't do that. It cost me 500 to pay for the flowers. Okay, I'm gonna reset so that I can pay. Really? Yes. Alright, so we got sword and thing right off the bat. Let's see. Welcome to my church. Yeah, save. Oh. Oh, you can, okay. Licensed by Nintendo. Do we have any money? Yeah. I assume you have to go up, but let's just see what the rest of the town looks like. Do I have any? I guess I do have money, right? I have at least 500. We can... Oh, okay. Oh, so you have to press select, I see. And then you can quick save with the start button. Monsters, skills. What are options? Message speed. Fast. Memory, I usually like. Compendiums? we'll see later on if I have money. Good music. Guess I would expect that from... Well, I say Taito. I don't think Taito or Atlas was actually responsible for this game. I believe it was... I looked it up and it was some company called Atelier Soft. I'm not familiar with them, but I guess they're actually the ones behind the Lufia series. And Taito just published it. Atlas, I guess, localized it. Good luck. You'll need it. Fuck you, Mom. Anyway. Alright, it looks like it actually gets to combat pretty quickly. I don't know if I did get to combat early on, but... You might as well not even bother. Is that a challenge? Are you threatening me? There's no way I'm failing this test. You can't do it. Watch me. Stop a second. will explain how the test works. On the castle, a place called Lucky Cave. Or, I guess, Lukey Cave? Not spelled like Lucky. Fail. Next year. We're gonna pass this helmet. I know it. Fill up with information. Oh, okay. Wait, so do you not know what like the items and weapons do until you use them? Is this like a roguelike? You said go down, right? Yeah. It's got like the Futurama bit of it, if that makes sense. Or whatever that song was they sampled in the Futurama theme. Here we go. Oh! So it is like a straight RPG. And what does the sword do? Fortress of Doom? Which one was that? Is that the first one or the second one? I'll be honest, I don't know a ton about Lufia. I just know, like, there were 2 SNES games, and then there was this. And apparently there was also one on Game Boy Color. And I guess a remake of the first game on DS, which if I ever play the first game, that's probably the version I'll have to play. Oh, can you, like, preemptive attack or something? Oh, okay, it's the first one. Got it. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's how. Oh, so okay, there's a potion. Good. How much HP do I have? I have 9 HP. Okay, I definitely need a potion then. Perfect. And that is 29 of 32. Okay. Hey, Scruffy. Ooh, sword. Sharp bone acquired. I already have that, don't I? I do. Does he? Let's see. Is that gonna be better than what? Oh, wait. Yes, so it's exactly the same as what I already had. Wonderful. It's going alright. How's it going with you, Scruffy? a Gundam kit. Nice. We have DJ Ronnie G. He would know something about Gundam. Like Gundam kits and things like that. Okay, they good. G. played this when you lived in Massachusetts 22 years ago. It was an Onyx game. Onyx Game Boy Advance XP. What's an Onyx Game Boy Advance XP? Look at EV games up there. The employee discount was pretty rad. Nice! I mean, I'm enjoying this so far. Actually friend-shaped. Oh, the color onyx. I did not know onyx was a color. I've heard of black onyx, so presumably it's a type of black. I had a red. No, I used to have a silver Game Boy Advance SP, then I got rid of it and got a red one. Both of them were like the shitty ones with like the side light that really didn't add a whole lot because it was so dim. Hey, Junkie Cheese. Yes, you missed the end of Action 52. You have never played these games before, ever. Didn't you say you really liked the first Lufia game? I thought you said that... Oh, wait. Oh, you were gifted a Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. The full remix series, you're going to start playing it tonight. Good luck with the first one. Very, very infamously, I struggled a lot. Mainly because the controls are iffy, there's a shit ton of like collectathon and fetch quest bullshit elements, and the camera is absolutely atrocious. But other than that, they're great, because they have the Mickey and the Donald. No, not that Donald. Can I pick up the skulls now? No. Desecrate a burial. Stone fragment acquired. Hey, LCX. I bet that stone fragment is what I needed to do in that one area. Chair of Newt. It did increase my HP slightly, so that's good. This is Karumi approved game, as I was gonna say as I have learned, but honestly as I probably am. also would be willing to bet it's work approved as well. I think you can preemptive attack in this game. I've not really successfully been able to do it, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing you can do. Oh, special items. That stands to reason. So you can take all the treasure and shit for yourself? Fuck off, old man. Yeah. A lot of things to like about these games. Muse has identified several people in the chat. Achievement unlocked. Imagine if, like, chats had, like, a really annoying achievement. Actually, they kind of do, don't they? They have, like, a level, like, you can do that with, like, Streamlabs or Stream Elements or one of those fucking things. Where, like, it has, like, a level up system, and it's, like, really annoying, and I hate it whenever streamers do that. But, like, okay, imagine that, but, like, also a really annoying... Like, imagine, like, a really annoying, like, achievement system. Like, every time you type in a chat, achievement unlocked. You have typed a message. Achievement unlocked. You have sent bits. Achievement unlocked. You have used channel points. Achievement unlocked. You needlessly spammed a racial slur in somebody's chat and were therefore banned. You fool. I've had it with this stupid test. Pussy. See you guys on the surface, pussy. Is there another of those? Lufia. Well, the name of the game is in the title. It's Lufia, The Ruins of Lore. It does kind of sound like Evo. Yeah, I can hear that. Man, Evo was such a good game until it became bullshit and I hated it. Oh, wait, I can do... Oh, I see. There's another one over there. That's why. I hate to alarm you all, but I think I might be having fun with this video game. I know. You're like, oh, how dare he have fun with games on stream, but it might have to happen. How dare I enjoy myself on stream? That's illegal, I think. New executive order, you're not allowed to have fun on stream. Look, it had to be done. Too many people were having fun with their video games, and we just can't have that. That's illegal. Have you ever opened your own, like... Have you ever opened your own law this LCX, you do realize you have to call it L legal. But you might be like, oh, but L's not like my legal government name. As far as we're concerned, yes, it is. Oh, I can go up this way, I think. Legal given between given name and chosen one. Fair enough. You identify as L, assigned whatever at birth. I think I did know, like, your actual name, but, like, one, I'm not gonna dox you, and two, I remember it being, like, really fucking, well, okay, I just remember, like, I remember knowing it at one point, and then I'd forgotten it, and that's probably for the best. Oh shit. Dead. I just realized, I guess I could quick save for that. sure this game has preemptive attacks. I just need to, like, successfully actually do it. All the NPCs just tell me that, like, all the shit I've worked out on my own. Your game is not as complicated as you might think it is. I already have one, but I can sell it if I need to. Or if I can. I guess I shouldn't just assume that I can sell things. What was the one game I couldn't sell things and it pissed me off? Lunar, was it? Can you sell things in Lunar? Either Lunar or Arcanelico you couldn't... No, I think it was Lunar, because Lunar has, like, a cap of, like, how many things... you can fit in your inventory. can't sell things in Symphony of the Night. I don't remember. But like I think it was like Lunar, and the reason I remember that is because like you have like a limited space for inventory. So if you want to get rid of an item, you just have to drop it. Which you can do, but you could sell it and get more money. I like selling things and watching the little number go up, and you're gonna rob me of that enjoyment. How dare you? You're a monster. Hey, Wolfpack. You can sell things in Lunar? Maybe it was like Harmony of Dissonance or something. So I think it was a game I played like more recently. Or was it Pop Rail, maybe? No, I think, yeah. No, I think you can sell things in Pop We're playing Lufia. Lufia, The Ruins of Lore. The Game Boy Advance. A game I'm quite enjoying. This is sort of like what if Zelda were an RPG, but not like the Zelda game that actually was an RPG. Doing a Charisma Intelligence build run with only non-automatic pistols and Fallout 4. Neat. You can sell things in SOTN, the turquoise, and the diamond. Okay, I guess you can sell some things. I don't remember. I don't know. Why did I even think of that? There's a variety of games, in fact, where you cannot sell things. But you can sell the main. You can sell the game. And, quite frankly, if it's a Castlevania game, you do get to watch your little number go up in real life. And that is just as good, if not better. I've got 5 gold! Okay, so I guess you can't preempt an attack. I think it, like, quite literally, like, prevents you from doing that in its programming. But it kind of, like, blue balls you into thinking that you can. Like, that seems almost deliberate. Like, they make you think that you can do a preemptive attack, but you can't. Every single female outfit in the Commonwealth are now showy versions. Oh my, how rude. Oh, chassis. Really? That's how you spell chassis? I never knew that. But now I know, and knowing is half the battle. Yeah, I'm familiar with the word. I didn't know that's how you spelled it. Oh, right, because I think there's, yeah, because there's another thing Yeah, you did it right this time. 90s when music was cool and vibey. Now they don't let you have vibey music anymore. Vibey music is outlawed. Hello, Orc Fortune Reviews. I only just found out there was a Game Boy Color version. I'm not playing that. I'm mostly playing this so I can get it off the, like, dedicate time into section and, like, actually rank the game proper. I didn't even know there was a Game Boy Color version until, like, Courtney tested it out earlier. Aquafront? What the hell? Let's see, does Aquafront do anything? No. Now. This ROM? I mean, you can just, like, download it online, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, true. They have more range nowadays. I guess it. I mean, you can just download this. This was a commercially released ROM. I mean, I don't know. I'm enjoying it. PS2? Oh yeah. I mean, I guess good music never really died. graceful musical renditions with no limits. You should... I keep, like, thinking, whenever you do, like, the FF shtick hate, like the FF6 hate thing, it reminds me of, I forget what the fuck it was called, but there's, like, an Earthbound ROM hack where they, like, make it, like, obnoxiously pretentious, and it's just, like, unbelievably self-aware of, like, the entire thing is it's just, like, Earthbound, but what if it were completely self-aware of all of its faults that whatever the ROM hacker thought the faults were? I wonder how difficult it would be. How difficult would it be to go into, like, FF6, ROM hack it, and then just, like, rewrite the script so that it's better? Just do that. Just be, like, every other line being like, this game sucks, guys. I know you don't think it sucks, but whatever. FF6 is already obnoxiously pretentious. Fair enough. It's up its own ass. I've had it with these motherfucking tests in this motherfucking cave! Oh, I'm sorry, this Monday to Friday cave! Sorry, there are Mormons watching. I need to watch my fucks and shits. There's a mod for Fallout 4 that takes the dialogue, then AI translates it to another language. Then another. Oh yeah. There's a couple of hacks like that. I think there's like a Pokemon, like one of the Pokemon games has a hack like that as well. You can find shit like that on YouTube as well. There's like Bohemian Rhapsody, but it's like AI translated. It's like corrupted by Google Translate, and they basically just do the same thing as you're describing. I know you keep saying you're proving a point. Proving a point to who, though, is the question. You're proving a point to, like, nobody, because nobody is arguing nobody is arguing against you. Spin they do as they switch places. That's a cute little touch. Oh, but it doesn't make the enemy go away. That's the problem. I will be right back. I'm gonna quick run to the bathroom. Hi, I'm back. argue against my points. L casts 40. 40 Gaslight. Returning 1 point of damage back to Karumi. L has just enough MP to do a final rhetorical fantasy roundhouse for 2 damage points. Oh, for 2 damage plus bleed. And all they can do is keep claiming FF6 somehow has a brilliant story. Who's arguing against you? Takes a potion of extra turn to cast defense preemptive, giving 3 extra defense. I like where this is going. I like Wolf's commentary. Well, he's probably, like, streaming now. Oh, no, wait, no, I guess not. Karumi casts Smoke Bomb, attempting to disappear. No one can argue against you. Nobody is attempting to argue against you. Oh, you were about to stream. Okay, have fun. Or... and gaining 1 point of rain every turn. Did Karumi stream that one, like, Adventure Island LCD game he was talking about? I didn't catch that stream, but I might have to look at the replay to see what that's all about. I should look and see if there are, like... I don't think there are any, like, shops here, are there? Wolfpack confuses Rumi with Orc. Wolf has forfeited his right to do commentary. Wolf, tucks his tail, his literal tail, between his legs and walks away in shame. charge for looking. You know damn well that, like, if a store could get away with it, they would just charge you for, like, entering the building. Random FF6 video, look at the comments. Okay, but who's arguing with you, though, is the question. Okay, how much money do I have? Oh, 250. Oh, actually. Antidote. Wake up call. I don't like that you can't, like, see what the actual thing is. Who's arguing with you, though, is the question. Sanity pill? Fuck, I want... How many of those can I take? I need sanity pills. Oh, I already have a mistake. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a... Yeah, no, sanity pill. Okay, I assume... Yeah, I assume that's just, like... I'm just gonna stop that. Does someone need to argue with you for you to challenge the claim? I mean, that's typically how it works. Otherwise, you would just kind of brush it off as not my problem. mean, I guess fair enough. I don't know, if Elle wants to make that her life goal, who might stop her? Honestly, I don't really have, like, much of it. Well, I guess I have a bit of a stake. From what I have played of FF6, it definitely has some really stupid moments. I can say that. And it just has, like, a lot of, like, non-sequitur bullshit that doesn't really belong in the game. But I will have to, like, play through it at some point to, like, actually... like, make, like, a more informed opinion. I will say I definitely, from what I have played of FF6 and what I have played of FF5, I definitely prefer FF5, just in the gameplay department. I would even go as far as to say FF5 might just be my new favorite Final Fantasy game. Honestly, I gotta, like, I really need to do, like, a stream with Tyler again, because, like, he's like a person who would actually argue with you. Because he has played through FF6, and he's probably seen, like, all the same fucking video essays you have. Yeah, I definitely gotta get Tyler in. Generally, I want to... Generally, what I want to do, I want to get Tyler in on another stream. Because, like, I had fun doing Flash games. We gotta do that again. He's, like, out touring with his band now, but, like, when he's done doing that at some point, we need to stream. Now I've stocked up on potions. I should be good. I mean, honestly, like, this music, like, it definitely, like, is very kind of, like, crusty and, like, crackly, kind of like GBA audio is, but it is pretty good, all things considered. I feel like I've, like, now got, A result of doing Alphacade is that I have now, like, I have now been, like, Stockholmed into enjoying GBA music. So, we've at least accomplished that. Mission accomplished. know, this does have really good music. I've been saying that. Bitch. Isn't it cool how like all the badass rappers are now like of our time are now doing like selling the fuck out and doing like State Farm commercials? Honestly, I kind of thought that way about Snoop Dogg, and I actually listened to his music, and I was just like, nah, he was kind of boring to sell out. Let's be honest. It's actually not as surprising as I initially expected. Have fun with Kingdom Hearts. You're streaming on Twitch. I should, You're streaming on Twitch. Maybe I'll raid you. I can't, like, raid you in the traditional sense, because I think I need to be, like, partnered to do that, but... I'll raid you in the non-traditional ghetto sense. Exactly. Yeah, dropped the, yeah, Alicia's gonna have to do that. I don't have a redeem for it. Not often that I, like, raid people on Twitch because, well, Elle is, like, usually the only person in chat. She doesn't really use Twitch for whatever reason. Twitch is cool! It has lots of cool people on it. Join the dark side. Join the purple side. Become one with the purple. like very principled in not really having any principles, because I feel like principled thought in like requires a very sort of black and white thought process. I feel like principle kind of requires a bit of absolutism, because principle means that things have to be one way no matter what. Like my like essentially, if you say your principles, you are saying that your morality is never changing. When in reality, my morality essentially changes circumstantially. Like, I could never say murder is never okay, because what about self-defense? Murder is not only okay in that situation, it is entirely necessary, often, some of the time. Cool, empty chest. I got a cave disc. Hell yeah. Wonder what game it is. What, Ikaruga? Is that a cave shmup? That would be a cave disc. I've never played Ikaruga, or Ikaruga, or however you're supposed to say that. Self-defense is not considered murder? Is that true? Okay, I believe you. But, like, if you have no... Like, if somebody is strangling you and you, accidentally kill them. So I guess that legally would not be considered murder. Like pin them to like the concrete and they like crack their skull or something, that legally could not be considered murder. It's a very specific form of killing. Okay, I see. Okay, so that's the difference between murder and manslaughter. Okay. I've struggled with that for so long because it never made sense to me. Hey, Alicia, do you want to drop your Twitch link? Because Wolf was asking for that a moment ago. In my jurisdiction, it's manslaughter. Where you live, it's homicide. I see. Definitely glad I went here. I got a bunch of free shit. And really, that's the best kind of shit. Slaughter Side. That would be a cool name for a game. Oh, we have this. Okay, yeah, we have the same brain, so understood. We were thinking along the same lines. Great minds think alike, except we still have yet to find two great minds in this scenario. Yeah, copyright that. Also spell copyright correctly. Honestly, it should be spelled that way, though, because that's how you spell right. But, no, it's... I guess right and copyright have two different etymologies. I'm gonna copyright it first, because technically we came up with that thought at the exact same time. I just don't take, like, a consistent stance on really anything because I don't believe that life isn't consistent. You know what I mean? Like, life is inconsistent. And, you know, as I always say, there is no such thing as right or wrong. Everybody and everyone and everywhere exists in some form or another on a spectrum of light to dark gray. Words have meaning. Yeah, but I would also argue words are meaningless unless followed by action. Generally speaking. I feel like if this game could talk, it would just be like, man, I really wish I was Zelda. Is this not... Oh, I see. Okay. That's what I had to do. I had to go up So they just, like, put in a back entrance just for the fuck of it. That's funny. I took a communication course in college. But that was a while ago. Or actually, no, specifically I took a public speaking course, I think. I might have done both. I'm gonna be going back to college again. That's gonna be fun. I dropped out the one time. Possibly in a few weeks. I need to like check to make absolutely sure when my classes start, but I'll do that probably tomorrow actually. To do it. Honestly, college was not really something I like. College is not something I particularly enjoyed, and I don't really remember a lot of it by choice. Words are meaningless, then so is attempting. I mean, any meaningful conversation. I mean, like, I would say in many respects, debate doesn't really accomplish a whole lot. Especially, like, in the way that it's done in the modern era. Like, yeah, it can't. Well, I don't know. I guess I can't really. It definitely can change minds, which can lead to change, but it definitely is a very kind of slow and arduous process. So. Yeah, I majored in communications, my first major was communications, and then I pretty quickly realized that it was kind of a bullshit, meaningless degree that wasn't particularly versatile. Now I'm going for business, which is extremely versatile. And also, probably something I might be a bit more passionate about now that I'm older. Like, really, communications is kind of, from what I basically understand, communications is kind of just like, if you don't know what you're going to major in, just major in communications, because it's just kind of like baby's first major. Talking about person. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Oh, okay. I see what the quick save is then. Yeah, that's true, yeah. are loved and trusted over and over. I mean... Yeah, true. Well, I mean, like, and beyond that, they just know how to be convincing. They don't even need to necessarily be trusting for, like, a long term. They just kind of have to, like, be trusting in that moment. They have to, like, hypnotize you with words. And a good salesman knows how to do that. I like how, the one guy... What's his name? Eldon. I like how he just kind of, like, whoosh, 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 just, like, winds up his sword when he's just not doing anything. That just is... Like, that's just kind of cool. Evening. I mean, yeah, I probably will have to take like some other like communications class again. I don't remember how well I did the other communications class. I think I passed, but I definitely failed some of the classes I took because my GPA is fucking shit. There was a weapon shop here. Oh, I only have... play FF6 at some point. I just have to get through like a million other RPGs. For what it's worth, like, I don't know, Kefka seems pretty cool. I would say... Wait a second. Oh, so even if you go to a hotel... So you have to, like, get a wake-up call. You have to buy that. Thankfully, I do believe I have enough money to actually...
Storytelling.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like... I would generally say, like... I kind of got sick of FF6 after a little while. But also, like, I think... FF7... I think the more I think about it, the more, like, the game was fine. Oh, yeah. FF7, I think, was a good game, just probably not something I was personally super interested in. I think a lot of the enjoyment, I think that, a lot of the impact, I should say, that I think a lot of people got out of FF7 mostly just came down to them not knowing about what happened to Aerith and that completely catching them off guard, and that created like a strong sort of like emotional attachment to the game. But like by the time I got into it, that was just like such common knowledge. But okay, so wake up call. Then how do I resurrect? How do I resurrect them? Yeah, but like... Oh, Wait, no, that probably cures sleep. You know what? I might just have to reset, because I don't know how to actually revive. I thought wake up call. That's the problem with, like... Yeah, it did dilute it for me. It kind of did. That's the problem with, like, not actually knowing what the items do. There's no, like, description whatsoever. So you just kind of have to be like, oh, wake up call, that's probably the thing to resurrect. Oh, it's not? Well, then I just, like, wasted a shit ton of money. Oops. I guess that's, like, to be fair, not uncommon for older RPGs, except this isn't an older RPG. It came out in, like, 2005, so what the fuck's their excuse? Chopping board and pot. I don't know what those are. I didn't have negative expectations. I just had the expectations of what people... I had the expectations of something that I think this game could not possibly live up to. And honestly, I have to imagine, like, even back in the day, that was kind of a concern, because they hyped the fuck out of that game, like, in the marketing and shit like that. Like, they marketed it as, like, this is the next evolution in video games, full stop. Video, like, everything before this is going to look like a baby's toy, essentially. They were basically, like, hyping this thing to the fucking moon and back. And the hype clearly worked because people bought into it and they started hyping it into the moon and back. And, like, 20-some years of hype later, I'm just like, it's really good. It's not that good, though. How did she die? Because... How did Aerith die and why? Because she was... What was it? She had, like, materia that, like, Sephiroth needed to... Or no, she was fucking... What, it was because of, like, her race or something that she was, like, vital to Sephiroth's major plan. I kind of half remember that. In the cave... Sacked by the butler. Yeah, that's what it was. Always the butler who did it. It was Sephiroth's butler. Who framed Sephiroth. It always just is that way, you know? That's my fan theory. Sephiroth. One thing at FF6 that does a better job at drama. I can't do that because I have not played through the entire game. I do need to play Breath of Fire too. I played through the first one, and that one, from what I have played, I would consider to be an outstanding game. This one, I've already, like, even in my, like, short period playing this, I've already seen enough things that kind of prevent me from giving it an outstanding rating. It's definitely flawed. I don't know if I would put it in the flawed category, though. Are those flaws enough to ruin the game? I don't know if I would say that they are, necessarily. Maybe, like, a very fun or a fun. I'm thinking maybe fun. But I'll keep playing. That might change my mind. I mean, I would argue just the design in general is better than in FF6, but I think that's more just me down to not really liking the pre-rendered style that FF7 uses. We have summoned Orc just by the pure mention of Breath of Fire 2. I do need to play through, well, I don't know if I'm going to play through Breath of Fire 2, but I'm definitely going to need to play it on, like, a one-off stream. Because that is a game I need to rank. I think what I'm going to do next week is I'm going to finally take up, L's constant pleadings for me to play Genshin Impact, and I will do that. I'll play the Steam version, because I can mirror my iPad, but it's gonna be a bit more of a pain in the ass to do it that way, so I'll just play it on Steam. Aesthetic preference. Oh, I totally acknowledge it's just aesthetic preference. Like, I would even go as far as to say, like, FF7 just kind of looks like FF7 just looks like an ugly game by today's standards. As opposed to FF6, which, yeah, like, technologically looked way worse, but also I feel that sort of 2D sprite look, in retrospect, just makes the game feel more timeless. As opposed to FF7, which looks dated, and by L's own admission, was kind of ugly even for the time. But yeah, like, I fully admit that's just, like, personal preference. But also, I would just say, like, I don't know, like, I feel like the style... Well, I guess, like, the one thing I can say that just isn't personal preference is, like... And I feel like this is backed up by, like, the style of FF6 and RPGs like it is something that has been, like, brought back over and over again. Like, RPG Maker RPGs still largely follow that style of... Like, yeah, like, FF6 didn't necessarily have, like, a unique style. It looked like most other 16-bit JRPGs, but... Like, that's a more kind of timeless style as opposed to games like Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, or, I'm sorry, 7, 8, 9, where, like, that sort of pre-rendered style kind of, like, existed in the PS1 generation and, like, also kind of in the GBA generation and then never really went back, and there's a reason for that. It's because it looked like shit then and it looks like shit now. Argument. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of that, but also I just feel like, again, like, I'm just talking about how the game looks. I think the game, like, to a point where, like, you can't even see your character a lot of the time. And I know that's not just a me issue, because because the game design was clearly thought of that as well. If you press the select button, there's like a little arrow that makes the character visible, something that should have been a priority from the beginning. Oh, fourth is engaging. Oh, okay. Those cutscenes blew people away. I guess, but I would even say like the cutscenes kind of don't look very good by today's standards. Like, yeah, they might have blown people away, but I would even say like like Resident Evil, I feel like, well, okay, I guess that's unfair comparison. That's like not an RPG, but I don't know, like I would say even like Threads of Fate or something like that, which yeah, that came out later, but even then, like I would say that looks better than FF7. Like FF7 is a thing that like looked cool for like 2 minutes and then it was immediately made obsolete. Car aluminum, yes. Spar Pac-Man. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Well, I also feel like a lot of that kind of came down to just, again, overhype. It's like what I always talk about with like the PS2. A lot of the reason that the PS2 got a lot of success right out of the gate wasn't necessarily because it was an amazing console. It was a good console. But a lot of its success kind of came down to just the overhype that it had at launch. To a point where, and I always bring this up because it's really funny, there was a guy, I forget his name, but there was a guy who was literally trying to make the argument that you could tap into the Matrix with the PS2 because it was so technologically advanced. And I feel like FF7 is kind of like in a similar boat. Like a lot of the praise that game gets now is because of the overhype that it had back then. My stand to be named has to be a music reference. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what anybody is talking about anymore. Wolf is talking about shit I don't understand, and Elle seems to be speaking in a complete other language. Welcome to the LDP chat, ladies and germs. Oh, it's a JoJo thing? I don't fucking know. All I know about JoJo is that there's a vampire named Dio, and that's really cool. Okay. That there are people that believe that Final Fantasy put PlayStation on the map. You did. I mean, to a degree, it kind of did. I definitely think, like, like, when did Final Fantasy VII come out? Was that 97? Like, people were definitely, like... I feel like Final Fantasy VII was probably, like, the first killer app for the PlayStation. Because, like, what did it have before then? Like, Rayman? I mean, I argue Rayman just fucking sucked. Ridge Racer was really cool, but, like... You know, it was a kind of, like, very sort of short, slight game. I think, like, the PS1 version only had... I think the PS1 version only had, like, one course. So, really, it's just kind of, like, one of those things that, like, looked really cool on, like, a demo room floor, and then not really in any other capacity. There are two characters named Dyer, and the other is named Strizzo. As in Strizzo. Oh, as in Dire Straits. I get it. That's really cool. I don't know. Should I watch JoJo at some point? I don't know if I would like it, but I kind of feel like I should at least watch, like, a base level of it. I don't know about the US, but I can definitely say, like, in Japan, Final Fantasy VII is what put Sony on the map. Because, like, really, like, I don't think the N64 was ever, like, super popular in Japan. But, like, I think, like, before FF7, it was basically, like, the Saturn versus the N64. I think the N64 was kind of leading early on. I might be wrong about that. But the Saturn, definitely in Japan, was leading early on. And then, whenever Final Fantasy VII came out, that's when, like, Sony just, like, shot right the fuck up ahead in Japan and the US. JoJo sucks. Dragon Ball forever. Okay, understood. You would say that is more of an American thing. People were waiting for the next Sega at the time. Well, I mean, like... That's what I'm saying, though, is, like, the Saturn was way bigger in Japan than... just for its entire existence, the Saturn was bigger in Japan than it was in America. And then Final Fantasy VII came out, and then Sony just kind of, like, dominated worldwide. So, like, it definitely... I don't know if I'm qualified enough to say that Final Fantasy VII put Sony on the map. Oops. I don't know if I'm qualified to say that Final Fantasy VII put Sony on the map, but it definitely gave PlayStation the easy edge in the console wars of that generation. Audio clip. What, on Discord? When they realized Final Fantasy was on the PS1. Yeah, that's true. Could have been on N64. Honestly, I'm not even really sure, like, FF7... Is there really a reason... Like, okay, I get why Final Fantasy VII was on the PlayStation, but also it was, what? It was because of the cutscenes, which, for the most part, didn't really add a whole lot to the game, and just kind of looked good. Okay, here's the thing.
If words are not beautiful alone, then where is beauty to be found? In the seeds of praise must it be sown. A cacophony of praise resound in liaisons of favored shores, and words sparkle like precious stones, with transparently empty cores, garnishments on a hollow throne. If words are not beautiful alone, lest they be slaves to the crown, lest they be free and yet unknown, better to shallow admiration bound. Words Alone by LCX.
Beautiful. Porn audio clip. I don't... You know what? If it was audio only, I probably could play that on YouTube. LCX, that's your next assignment. Alright, maybe not. Good poem, though. That was actually really sweet. But I guess I just am kind of, like, in the boat of, like, actions speak louder than words. Is really what I would say. Hungry like the wolf. Oh, well, obviously, yeah. Bark at the moon, of course. Alright. Me, it would probably be like something associated with blind. Blinded by the light would be the obvious choice. No one cares about the story in a porno. Why would they care about it in a video game? I mean... I disagree with that mentality, but... I mean, clearly he was right to a degree. I mean, like, Doom is one of the most successful games of all time, and who the fuck even knows about the story? Actually, no, I say that, but Doom has, like, surprisingly deep lore. Apparently. Surprisingly deep lore for a game where your main character is literally just named Doom Guy. Or, like, Doom Spawn, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, he definitely wasn't wrong back then. You're right. Yeah, now it does. And yeah, I mean, like, a lot of the appeal of Doom is that it just kind of looked good and had really good, kind of fast, snappy, responsive gameplay. Have you let John Carmack be your bitch yet? Or no, that was John Romero, right? He was the one behind Daikatana. All I know about that is just like there's like this one print ad where it was advertising Daikatana, and it was just like make John Romero your bitch. It was Romero. Okay, yeah. They do. Well, definitely American RPGs have that mentality, which is part of the reason I could never really get into games like Skyrim or Morrowind. The other reason I just kind of suck at them. But, like, a lot of them are just kind of like, we don't actually really care about the story, and we're just gonna, like, put all of our time and resources into a crafting system that's overly complicated. FF7 attack demo, if you ask. Well, I mean, it just kind of objectively is. Like, it entirely was just a tech demo. general, I feel like well, it's like RPGs generally, I think, kind of got way bigger in America on the PC. Like what were the first few, like, really big RPGs in America? Like Ultima. Actually, I would just say Ultima. Ultima was, like, the first big RPG in America. And then, like, what were the first big RPGs in Japan? Dragon Quest, Dragon Slayer, and Final Fantasy, 2 of which started on console. And yeah, I guess Fallout as well, but I'm talking like the really early ones, like Ultima. Ultima was kind of like the first real big. And like, I guess like they kind of started in Japan as well, but I'm saying like they got like RPGs got really big when the Famicom came out in Japan. And then they got really big whenever Ultima came out on PC in America. Oh yeah, Wizardry too. Well, I guess that was also on PC. Wizardry... Was that a Japanese game? I don't know if it was a Japanese game, but it definitely got really big in Japan. That was on... What was that on originally? With, like, Apple II or something? Honestly, might not even been that. Might have just been, like... Might have even just been, like, early terminal PC. That's how fucking old Wizardry was. Yeah, and then the one that really blew up was Dragon Quest. And actually, the funny thing too is like Dragon Quest didn't even really blow up until Dragon Quest 2, is my understanding. Like Dragon Quest 1 was successful, but it didn't like completely change the landscape until Dragon Quest 2. It is a tech demo, whether you care about that fact or not. I mean, just because it's a tech demo doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. A lot of the tech is... Like, I wouldn't necessarily say, like, the visual style is all that appealing to me, but a lot of the mini-games and stuff that it did were pretty cool. Like, I would absolutely play an entire game that's just that tower defense minigame. And good news, apparently that game exists. It's called Crystal Chronicles. I mean, yeah, there's always gonna be a little bit of gatekeeping, I guess, but I don't know if I would necessarily say it's entirely that either. it's just kind of... Oh, that's what it did. Okay. So switch those. Yeah, I guess there is like a degree of just kind of like gatekeeping, and there's always that, and it pisses me off. Just let the normies like things that you like sometimes. Yeah, definitely to a degree it was kind of, I guess it might have been kind of gatekeeping. But, like, again, like, I would also just sort of say, like, you do have to sort of take into account, like, there's just a massive amount, and I guess... There's always a massive amount of overhype for, like, big games like Final Fantasy and things like that. And you could definitely argue a lot of that is true of FF6 as well. Just like... you know what it is? It's like... And that always happens. That happens with movies as well. Like, every film professor will talk about how Citizen Kane is actually the greatest movie of all time, and... no movie has ever come even close to it. And then, like, people watching is like, I don't know, it's okay, I guess. And then, you know what I mean? It's just old people thinking that the things that they like are actually better than they really are. Not even necessarily saying they aren't good, but, like, they aren't sacred. It's not that it's not good, it's just that it's not a sacred cow that is free of all flaws and imperfections. should. I played a bit of FF6 and. I don't know. Again, I just kind of thought it was okay, but I should finish it. Maybe after I'm done with FF5 on Bill's channel. That would be a fun game to play with LCX, so we can debate over it. Or I could just end up agreeing with her. That's entirely possible as well. Honestly, like, from what I have played of FF6, I'm probably inclined to believe that I will probably agree with LCX, but we'll see. I gotta finish FF5 first. Story is weaker than FF6? I mean, yeah, but, like, I would say, like, the gameplay kind of makes up for that. I think I just kind of focused on different things. I also want to play 4 at some point. Whenever I play 4, I'm probably going to play it on the DS. Or, wait, did you say there's a 3D version of 4 on the PSP as well, which is kind of like the DS version, but better? FF6. Yeah, we could do that. I don't know. I don't really want to do, like, another multi-part stream with anybody else. Because, like, I'm kind of already doing that with Elle, and I don't really want to, like, take up more of my time streaming. Like, I'm basically streaming 6 days a week now. Like, yeah, like, LCX can stream 7 days a week. I kind of like to have a break every once in a while, because I feel like if I don't, I'm gonna burn out. I remember like, when I first started, I think I only streamed, like, 1 night a week. Like, 1 or 2 nights a week, I think, is when, like, I first started streaming. And, like, I always, like, used to give the excuse of, like, well, I want people to anticipate when I stream again. And then after a little while, I kind of gave up on that mentality. I still think there is, like, some value in people who do it that way, who, like, kind of, you know, like, people like Eugene, who generally kind of try to stream, like, once a week, and then, like, when that happens, their streams, I think, are a little bit more anticipated, as opposed to somebody like me or LCX, who stream, like, 6-7 days a week. It's just like, it's not anticipated as much as it is just kind of expected, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that either. It's just different mentalities. I will say, though, I will need to do Breath of Fire, too. Maybe that'll be my next. It'll probably be, like, Genshin, and then... I think, the week after that, I'm not gonna be available. I'm gonna have to, like, take, like, a couple days off, like, the week after that. And then, like, I think after that, I'll be, like, another Rompery stream. Or I'll play, whatever that one other mobile game was that LCX requested. Like the strategy game, I forget what it was. And, like, I guess after that, I'll do Breath of Fire, too. And I'll have work on for that. I'll allow Scrappy Doo into my life. Scrappy Dumb. Scrappy Dumb. I do like knowing that whatever the fuck it was, Scooby Dumb or Derpy Doo or whatever, I do like that that's real. Like, I've learned Scooby Doo lore, and that's really cool. Apparently Scooby Doo fought in the WWE, is something I know. I know that because Tyler's ex-wife was really into Scooby-Doo and WWE. You're on your 10th or 11th stream this week. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. have thought before of, like, doing, like, a thing where I just stream every day for a month, but, like, I don't think I would want to make that a permanent thing. Also because, like, there's other people's streams that I enjoy watching, and, you know, I want to, like, give myself, like, a few, like, at least 2 days off so that I can, like, you know, do things with other people, you know? Yeah, true. It is a lot easier with a co-host. Problem is, I'm just like such a commanding person that I just become the host no matter what. Like even on L-Stream, on like a channel that is not mine, I basically just command the show because that's just kind of who I am. And I'm sorry about that, but... Prefer streaming alone? Yeah, I love you too, El. I definitely say I probably prefer streaming with other people just because, like, I can't, like, really be expected. I feel like I'm not particularly good at, like, running a stream myself. I mean, clearly I'm able to do it. I've been doing it for 4 years, but... it's not... something... you know, it's easier to do it with other people. Like, you don't have to worry about, like, commanding everything. And, like, I also wouldn't necessarily... like, I'm definitely a very introverted person in real life. I just kind of, like... streaming with other people for more practical reasons. Personality. Well, no, that's what I'm saying is, like, in general, I'm a more introverted person in general. But I'm just more, like... if I'm streaming with someone else, that's just easier. Because then, like, somebody else is doing half the work. You know what I mean? It's just like, streaming with other people is good if you just want to be lazy. and that's the other thing too, is like I don't really well like that's the other thing though, is like I don't really like multiplayer games, whether they're team-based or co-op, because like I mean you know how bad I am at video games. Do you really want me on a team or competing against you? That's what I thought. There's definitely, I guess there are like some games I wouldn't mind seeing like what the like multiplayer is like, but I don't know. Want me on the other team. Beating yours free goal. I love you too, though. Songs of Conquest? I've never even heard of that game. That's true, yeah. This game has better battling. What battle animation? Like it just fades to black, doesn't it? Oh, or again, yeah, like the way the character. Yeah, you're right. I mean, FF6 largely just kind of looks like how Final Fantasy looked since, what, 4 at least? Like 4, 5, and 6 all generally look the same. Although, to be fair, I think 7, 8, and 9 generally kind of looks the same as well. I think 9 looked a little bit better than... Or, like, 8 and 9 looked a bit better than 7, but I think they generally kind of, like, worked off of the same engine. Collection. Is that one have online multiplayer? That could be fun. Yeah, it is the same engine. I thought so. It looks very similar. I think they just kind of, like, FF9 especially just kind of had a look, like, a slightly more cartoonish aesthetic to it. As a result, again, just sort of had a bit more of a timeless look. And then 7 did. Gold. Copy of the... Oh, okay. Well, it's just, like the first couple Mortal Kombat games, isn't it? Or do they have online play? If they have online play, that could be pretty fun. Otherwise, I mean, you know, I can emulate all of that on main. I need to, you know what I need to do? I need to look into Fightcade, because apparently, like, that's a good way of doing, like, online in a relatively easy way. I'm not entirely sure how it works, or what all you need to do to get it all configured, but I might need to play around with Fightcade. Because I think it's, like, it's more than just fighting games, I'm pretty sure. I will say, I think I am slowly but surely starting to... It has online play cross-platform. For the arcade and the Game Boy games? Oh, fuck yeah, you can play the Game Boy games online. Oh, God. You never played the Game Boy games, don't. They are awful. Especially, Mortal Kombat 3. It's really bad on the Game Gear, and on the Game Boy, it is exactly the same, just black and white. Game Gear Mortal Kombat 1 and 2 were okay. On the Game Boy, they were all pretty dire. Yeah, that's true. You played that game a little bit? It looks really fun. From, LCX does streams of it, and it looks really fun. What has LCX brought? What hath LCX brought in the, What this? Duck Station? What about it? Oh, combos. Okay. It's not the worst game you've ever played, but it is boring. Well, apparently it's the worst JRPG ever made, according to some video, apparently. it looks pretty fun. It looks like it has a really good, kind of compelling story. And that's what sort of drew me to it, like watching LCX play it. The story looked really fun. Yeah. That's what I think got L ultimately interested in streaming the game. Because, like, L, I think you played the game before and, like, you just kind of wanted to expose people to the game and be like, actually, this is not the worst JRPG ever made. Basically, that entire argument kind of just came down to, like, oh, it has Tails combat, but it's, like, kind of worse. So, therefore, it's the worst JRPG ever made. I'm just like, that shitty Lunar game on DS has a word it would like to, or what the fuck was that one game on Famicom that was like pure dog shit? I forget what the fuck it was, but like... character is so unlikable. We'll play more of the game and he kind of develops. It's called character development. Americans wouldn't know what that would mean because they only care about graphics, etc. That's my pretentious laugh. Do you like it? I like it. It's a great new character I'm developing. People will love it. Oh no, boss time. Fuck, what is my HP? Oh god, yeah, Elden. We both need to, like... Can we not use items during battle? Oh, we are fucked. You haven't encountered a JRPG you would count called dog shit? Fucking, what is that one game for the Famicom? Let me see if I can find this on YouTube. There's like a video essay, like, which, like, you know, I wouldn't like normally like show this off, but I kind of agree with the video essay. Worst Famicom RPG. It might be this. The most jank Famicom. No. This is the worst RPG ever made. I think it's this.
Contemporaries would have successes, and I'm going to ask you a question, and there's no wrong answer. What do you think is the worst role-playing game in video game history? I can hear the arguments for Lunar Dragon Saga.
That's the, yeah, Lunar Dragon Saga. That's...
butchery of the Lunar name. Maybe Quest 64 is your take on it. Just because
Quest 64
on a given system doesn't excuse your story to be flatter than the state of fucking Florida. Or perhaps you lean more into the cash cow franchises, both past and present. But with the likes of Final Fantasy 13, Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter, Suikoden 4, or maybe a franchise not known for RPGs taking the
This
plunge
dude is
and
such a
instantly
fucking
drowning
nerd.
like
I
Sonic
love it.
Chronicles did. Regardless of your answer, you must have a pretty valid argument to consider it the worst. But I'd like you to put that opinion aside for just a bit and take a look into this void. Deep within this black hole, you will find a perfect storm of awfulness. A glitch-ridden
He
shit
lost
show that
his
makes
little
you skull and
sister,
look
who
flawless in
was
comparison.
the same
You will
age
find
as
that you will
Sophie.
For those out in today's demand, they
Because
call it something else entirely.
he was weak.
Well,
Oh,
that's
really?
But before I talk about the game, I would like you to consider hitting that subscribe button if this video was worth your time. As a
Absolutely
one-man
not. How many
operation,
subs does he
I
have,
appreciate
actually?
it, and I thank you in advance if you do so. Now that that's out of the way, let's take a step back.
He's
and figure
got,
out how
like,
this game came to be.
2.5k subs? Okay, that's
27 May, 1986.
not the worst thing.
One of the most important dates in gaming history. If you don't know why, that's because it was the release date of the first Dragon Quest for the Famicom, paving the way for the genre we now know as the Eastern RPG. It's pretty bare bones by today's standards, yes.
Quest 64, my limited experience with Quest 64 just kind of made me realize that it was a game that was just aggressively not for me. That Lunar game on DS, though. Elle, you need to play that game, because you fucking defend Lunar Dragon Saga on DS, and you are, like, literally the only, you are literally the only person I've ever seen defend that piece of shit.
Particular names would stand out. One was Sega, who was trying to do everything that everybody wasn't doing, and that resulted in the first Phantasy Star for the Sega Master System. While Square decided to completely rip off Dungeons & Dragons to create the first Final Fantasy for the Famicom.
Who the fudge says Eastern RPG? This guy, apparently.
Of course, both of these games would be major successes and would go on to have franchises that
I guess is that the politically correct way of saying JRPG now? I've heard people make the arguments that JRPG is offensive and, like, it's not even necessarily in reference to Japan. It's more just kind of like a style of doing RPGs. Like, I would even say, like, Undertale is a JRPG despite being American developed, I believe.
Notable for all the wrong reasons. In fact, it has such a notorious reputation that Japanese gamers aren't simply content with calling it a kusoge. Translation, shitty game. Instead, they hail it as the...
I think from what I understand, Kusege actually translates more to crappy game, but people will just swap it out for shitty game, I guess. There's also Bakage, which is stupid game. Yeah, that's what it was.
Setsu no Kusoge. Densetsu being legend. It takes a special kind of dumpster fire to get that moniker.
There's like the thing about this game is there's basically not one single system that works properly.
Which is actually pretty good considering.
And it's by Hotbee, who would later go on to do like a couple decent shooters on the NES and on Genesis. If you've ever played Over Horizon, Hotbee was behind that, and then if you've ever played Steel Empire, one of my favorite Genesis shmups. Christopher, if you've not played Steel Empire, you will soon, and you will grow to love it along with me.
That's pretty much the gist of it. Actually, now I've read and thought
Kuso
about it,
definitely
it's
means
similar
shit.
to the
Okay.
story and Phantasy Star 2 on the Mega Drive.
So I was wrong. I thought it was like crappy game.
Albeit for different reasons. A couple other neat ideas were thrown in as well. Most prominently, your characters growing up as they leveled up, and multiple endings being possible. For a game that wasn't even a year and a half removed from Dragon Quest being released, there was quite a bit of ambition here. So how does a game like this end up with the title of the legendary shitty game? Well, you know all that story and goodwill heading into this game? Literally all of it gets thrown into a blast furnace and torched the second you press the start button. Now as I play this game, I would like you to pay attention to the number at the top left corner of the screen. This represents the number of potential bugs and issues you will find playing the game for just 5 game minutes. Already we've got one from the word go. As soon as you press start, you're in the overworld without a clue as to where you are or even where to go. Dragon Quest puts you in front of King Lork in Tentacle Castle. Phantasy Star starting off in Kamini.
This game does make a very good case for being the worst JRPG. But, like, I would also say, like, Lunar Dragon Saga might be about on par with this if we are rating this on a curve. Like, if we're rating this on a curve of just, like, well, it's bad, but also it's fucking ancient, so you can give it a little bit of leeway. It doesn't excuse like all the, like the bad gameplay design and bugs and things like that, but I guess it sort of excuses some of that. But like Lunar, like Dragon Saga, they knew how to make a decent RPG, they just didn't.
Land without a single landmark in sight. Note that I say in sight. Your first town? Well, it's right here. Yeah, you saw that. Your first town, and in fact most structures...
That kind of reminds me of like Super Monkey Daiboken. If you've never played that game, that's also one of the more infamous early Famicom games.
It's outright intention.
There is, by the way, there is an English translation of this, but it is just as unfinished and broken as the rest of the game. As the actual game, which makes it very fitting. But there is an English translation of this game, if for whatever ungodly reason you want to play it. Yeah, Daiboken is the worst NES game, in your opinion. Even worse than any of the LJ... Oh, God, the LJN games, a lot of those, I would even argue, are pretty decent. Like, Friday the 13th, I think, gets kind of unfairly hated. Same with Nightmare on Elm Street. I would even... Like, Karate Kid, I will defend to a point. Oh, you did play every NES game. How about Takeshi's Challenge? That's another one. That's a game that's really bad, but it's also kind of so bad it's funny, so I couldn't really say that it's the worst NES game. It's only the worst NES game if you go into it without a guide, which... The fun thing about that is, like, even at the time, they published a guide for Takeshi's Challenge in Japan, and then it turns out that the game was so archaic and obscure that they didn't actually, like, fully, like, get everything, so they had to publish a second guide to correct the issues of the first guide. Maximum Carnage? What about Maximum Carnage? That's a good game. Spider-Man Maximum Carnage on Super Nintendo. Oh, yeah, that is, that's true, that is an LJN game. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good one. Some of the wrestling games are, I was going to say occasionally okay, not really. Played it for only a few minutes because it's in Japanese. There's English translations of Takeshi's Challenge. I would say, like, play Takeshi's Challenge, but, like, keep, like, a video walkthrough or a guide close at hand.
Well, as told by the NPCs, they are hiding the structures to prevent from being hunted.
You go on, like, Retro Game Talk or something, you can find, like, a lot of, well, definitely not all, but a couple, quite a lot of, like, Famicom games actually have English translations.
Than the elderly. Apparently being a psychic is a massive weight on you and you can't move as fast as everybody else. Tellingly, a lot of hacks this game has allow you to move faster than this. For about the first half of the game, there is only one place to heal your character, and that's this NPC in the first town. Even in the second half of it.
Or just, like, watch the JonTron video on Takeshi's Challenge. That's always really funny.
A whole hell of a lot. This is somewhat mitigated by yet another problem. To my knowledge, there's only one exit destination in the entire...
Honestly, like, if AVGN was in any way cultured, and he, like, knew anything about, like, the Kusoge side of things, like, he could... Like, imagine, like, AVGN playing Takeshi's Challenge, or this game, or Super Monkey Daiboken, or anything like that. Like, he would just be, like... He would play those games, and then he would just, like, praise Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde to the moon and back, by comparison.
Game. right back at the same spot you started the game from.
If AVGN was in any way cultured. He did play Convoy no Nazo, so he did at least do that.
You don't really see this after the second destination. However, as it's a persistent game-wide problem, I'm retrofitting this in. As for buying new equipment, oh boy, if I got a doozy.
Oh, you want to keep it original as possible, just like if you were on an NES.
That's fine.
Yes, exactly. That would be a very elongated yes if he played Super Monkey Daiboken.
Move it under any circumstances. Even more damning than this, when you get a better weapon, the previous weapon you have is immediately wiped from your inventory and you get no chance to sell it off.
Like, AVGN has somehow gone, like, 300 episodes or whatever without, like, I guess he has done some. He's done Convoy no Nazo. That's about it. Oh, he did Convoy no Nazo, and he did, like, that Famicom Star Wars game, and I think that's about as much as he's covered of, like, shitty JP exclusive NES games. You don't get the hate on Deadly Towers. Honestly, I agree with you. I think Deadly Towers isn't a bad game. It's just, like, really... It's just a where the fuck do I go kind of game, which... I mean, I don't particularly love those either, but also, like... You know what else was a where the fuck do I go kind of game? Legend of Zelda. You know who considers that to be an absolute classic? Fucking everyone. Be consistent. Either, praise Deadly Towers or look at Legend of Zelda for the piece of shit that it is.
It's not without talking about the utter tripe.
Oh, yeah, there's also that patent game. You're right, yeah. But that was just kind of, like, tangentially, just because of the insert to fucking box. Which is really funny. I wonder if Mike Matei's probably played some Kusoge, because he streams. He streams and he's probably played some good Kusoge.
The cheapest weapon available in the game in the ray gun. One of this game's most notorious errors is the fact that this cheap weapon manages to do less damage to enemies than your own bare fists. This is actually more of a technical oversight. You see, enemy defense in this game is scaled towards the weapons you've got, and the ray gun, of course, is affected by this. Attacking unarmed, however, means there's no weapon to scale defense with. This results in enemy defense being 0, and that's the reason the ray gun is about as useless as a government run by dinosaurs. Speaking of fighting enemies,
we have a government run by dinosaurs.
That's a whole different can of worms. Your first battle can be, wait, 5 HP?! I mean, I can take a challenge, but holy shit! As I was saying, your first battle, and indeed most in the game, can be a complete and total crapshoot. Of course, you've got several actions to take, but you may notice one very glaring problem. There is no escape command. That's right, you cannot escape from any battles.
I gotta wonder, like, why did that patent game say insert to fucking box? Okay, I get that it's probably just, like, you know, Japanese people not fully understanding the English language. That's fine, but... like, what were they trying to say? I mean, I guess I know. It's just, like, you know, turn the disc over, essentially, and insert into the disc system, but...
Well, actually you can, but it requires getting a certain psychic ability to let you do so.
Japanese people just thought of fucking as a word of expression. Maybe? I guess. It's just like... No, you know what it is? It's like that episode of SpongeBob where they, like, discover swear words for the first time, and Patrick's like, oh, it's a sentence enhancer. Like, it's just that mentality. Since the game was a war movie and war movies, yeah, that's I guess you're right. Yeah, it's just like they only just like had like a base level of and like that's the like reason to like Japanese games a lot of times will do like things that are kind of culturally insensitive, like blackface, for example. Like, we kind of like brought over like those minstrel shows over to Japan in like the 1940s, 1950s, and they didn't really have like the context or like the cultural awareness to understand like why those were culturally insensitive and why we as a society kind of moved past them after a while.
Escapism. But all the enemies in that game were manageable in some way.
It was a Namco game, by the
On
way.
other hand, this game can either
Or
give you a
Namcot,
tolerant
yeah.
fight that you can manage, or get you fucked with a nuclear warhead and then fired out of it from the word go. In terms of making a move, you better be 100% sure you're going for
Karumi
your
uses
exact target.
no beta
If
as
you
a
know you were
sentence
second making,
enhancer.
You cannot go back to the previous one. That's right, there is no way to...
You know what? I will, I'm gonna post this, video in the chat. You guys can watch this later if you want. It's a good watch. Anyway. It was not Namcot. It was a company named Soft Pro International. Okay. I love, like, game companies with really generic names. Like, of course, there's Gamer Mill, or, like, Game Mill. There's, fucking Software Toolworks. Software Creations is a good one. The cool thing, too, about Namcot is, like, multiple people have been asked of, like, why did you call your home division Namcot? What does that stand for? And nobody seems to know the answer. Apparently Namco doesn't actually know the answer either. Honestly, if you're a fan of, like, if you're a fan of Famicom games, I highly, in fact, even if you aren't, check out the channel Random Stranger, RND Stranger. He went through the entire Famicom library and also the entire Famicom discs library, and he did it primarily on real hardware. I think there was like one or two games he had to switch over to an emulator, but mostly he did it on real hardware. And he is currently going through the entire PC Engine, TurboGrafx, Turbo CD library as well. I highly recommend checking him out. He's really good. Not a sponsor. Hashtag not a sponsor. I like this boss music. You've watched him? You've watched him before? Okay, you were watching him while you were playing the games? Okay, yeah. He's good. Yeah, I like the BGM as well. He is pretty fluent in Japanese, or I guess like he knows a decent amount. He knows, I think his exact quote was, he knows enough Japanese to get himself in trouble. It's strange how this works, too. Like, usually in an RPG, you attack first and then the enemy attacks. This game, it's the opposite. The enemy attacks you and then you attack. I don't know if I like that. That kind of, like, unfairly kind of puts it in the enemy's advantage. I guess it doesn't particularly matter. It's just like, but no, like it kind of does. Like if you have, like if it's like coming down to a wire or something like that, you're dealing like the death blow. You can't really do that in this case. Is it based on my speed stat? Oh, it might be. There's like a preemptive attack option. Like you have a sword, so I almost suspect there might be, but I've never gotten it to work, and I've even tried to manipulate the enemy to get that to work. Shit. Okay, well, I think I'm done trying this. I guess I have, like, I've played this enough to kind of get an idea of what I think of the game, and it's definitely fun, but it is flawed. I think if you're able to kind of get past some of the RPG jank, you can have some fun with this. Personally, I'm not... I would say it's fun. I think that's what I'm willing to give this. Oh, I titled it The Ruins of Love. There is no love in this game, only lore. There is no bathroom! There's supposed to be a way to, like, make Google Drive dark mode now. I have no idea how to do it. Is it in, what? Is it in View, maybe? Zoom. Freeze. Yeah, in standing. A few months ago, you chatted with Rerez in a Learning Japanese Discord server. And he was planning to learn some Japanese? Cool. Alexa, how do I do dark mode for Google Docs on browser?
Open Chrome //flags. Search dark mode, set auto dark mode for web contents to enabled. Then relaunch Chrome. Or grab the Dark Reader extension for more control.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, I have Microsoft Edge, so I guess I can't do that.
Nope, Edge can still go dark. Type Edge //flags, hunt dark mode, flip auto dark mode for web content to enabled, then relaunch.
I mean, Edge does have... I don't know.
Oh, you're right.
Alexa,
Edge does have...
stop. Is there a night icon somewhere? Yeah, Rerez, I'm not... Oh, you use Edge? Crawling in my skin. The only thing I don't like about Microsoft Edge is that it's not constantly, like, blaring Linkin Park every time you open it. I don't see, like, a moon icon. I don't see where that is. I'll have to fuck with it later. Whatever. It's fun. Oh, it's in the sidebar. There's a sidebar? Oh, wait. I'll have to fuck with it later. I don't know, I'll have to fuck with it later. But yeah, it's a fun game. It's just got a bit of JRPG jank that you might have to deal with. Opera GX, really? I've thought about using Opera, because, like, there's, like, some cool features. I liked Opera the thing that, like, kind of initially drew me to Opera was, like, the Tab Island feature. And then I came to find out that, like, Edge also has that Tab Island feature, and I use that a lot, and I really like it. Basically, it's just a way of, like, sorting similar tabs together. Like, I have an island for my... I have an island for, like, general, like, for, like, downloading ROMs, and then I have an island for, like, streaming, where I have, like, this, I have the wheel for Rompari, I have the OCR reader that LCX made me. Thanks again for that. I don't know. You're an Edge hater. Honestly, I don't really... I feel like a lot of people... And I was included on this. I think a lot of people just sort of, like, conflate Edge with Internet Explorer. Because Internet Explorer was really bad for a really long time. And then But, like, Edge is essentially just Chrome, except it's not a resource hog like Chrome. Anyway. Is Snow live? Let me see, because if so, I'm gonna raid her. I don't often raid people on Twitch, but I know there's at least a Twitch user who will raid with me, so I can make that happen. Okay, we got Snow. We got Snow. She is playing Kingdom Hearts for Kingdom Hearts 1 for the first time. OMG. I have to watch a fucking ad before I can get the link to share it out. Anyway. The internet is really, really great for porn. I assume that's the reference you were making. That's the reference I'm making, and if you don't like that, oh well. That is your right as a God-fearing American. Actually, wait, no, you're Filipino. In that case, never mind. You have no rights. Fuck you. All right. The Google Translate translated EA as dog. So that's fun. Okay. So yeah, go raid Snow on Twitch. She is playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time, the HD 1.5 mix version. The one that I played all those years ago and still have PTSD of to this very day. Okay, yeah, good. LCX is cultured in that. I've got a fast connection, so I can hardly wait for porn. Alright. So tomorrow night I will be playing more Rhapsody 2 Ballad of the Little Princess for the PC. Tuesday, Tales of Phantasia Cross Edition for the PSP. Monday, more Game Boy Advance games beginning with the letter S. We're going to be playing some Sigma Star Saga. We're going to be playing Silent Scope, which I actually kind of forget what that game is. It's like a sniper game. I think it might be like a rail shooter. I was never really able to figure it out whenever I tried it. Maybe I'll figure it out this Monday. Thursday, well, we're done with Action 52 for the most part. I'm going to be playing Cheetah Men 2. I might try some of the Game Genie codes again. And after that, we will be starting on the Genesis Action 52. And then we will finish that. And then we will never have to think of or play or be within the same realm of existence as Action 52, Mario Gonzalez, Vince Perry, or any of those lovely characters ever again. And then next Saturday, I am going to be playing Genshin Impact for the PC. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Oh, it's on-rail sniping. It's hard. Okay. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Alicia, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, Alicia, Christopher, DJ Ronnie G, Drunky Cheese, LCX, Larry, Mike Wolf, Karumi Good Gamer, Orc War Chief Reviews, Renee W, Scruffy, Wolfpack 1, and Christopher again. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night, and thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freak. Ready freak of interpretation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing by way. If you wanna see more of me, become a member. Watch some movies on LD Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and request to be part of the community. Join the Discord, talking about games, music, rum requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!